It is a historic day across the solar system.
The enormous UESC Marathon colony ship
sets out for the Tau Ceti star system
to establish a new home for humanity, and with it, infinite possibility.
The people of Earth and Mars are watching.
Everyone is watching.
Breaking news. Contact has been lost with the Marathon colony ship.
Official messaging from the UESC is that nothing is amiss.
People just want to know what happened and what is the UESC doing about it.
Still no answers.
Shocking news today.
After losing contact with the Marathon colony nearly 100 years ago.
After decades of citizens demanding answers.
A message has been received from the UESC Marathon.
A distress call.
A threat.
An invitation.
But the message has been leaked. It reads,
somewhere in the heavens, they are waiting.
Initiating runner defragmentation protocol. Evaluating shell integrity. Evaluating vital signs. Evaluating recognition response. Executing neurological establishing passphrase.
My last breath fell quiet like dying embers. My first thought hummed through silver threads.
Where is death? Loading memory packages. Terminal buffer status 26%. Buffered. Subject is a runner. A disconnected consciousness inhabiting a biocybernetic shell. Subject's psyche is preserved outside their body in the event of shell death. Subject exists only in this liminal state while their next shell is being woven. Please stand by.
Yesterday, I walked with feet of fragile flesh. Today, I drift as light across the grid.
Ascent. Runners arrived in the Tau Ceti system after the investigation of a distress signal lost colony ship, the UESC Marathon.
Warning. Ignition runtime error.
Assert. Runners are mercenaries, hired to salvage from the ruins of the human colony on Tau Ceti 4. Proceeding with suboptimal durability settings. Liminal buffer status 100%. Runner defragmentation complete. Your shell will be ready momentarily, and you will deploy to Tau Ceti 4 for your first assignment. Please prepare for consciousness transfer in 3, 2, 1. Initiate. Good luck. Your neural interface is malfunctioning. Run. Your perception matrix was damaged during transfer to the planet's surface. Your shell, too. Search the area for repair supplies, while I find a way to access the colony systems. Engage your heal systems to use an item to repair your health or shields, depending on which is lower. Your health and shields restore separately. Be sure to recover both. Authorization terminal active. Use it to interface with the colony systems.
System access granted. Welcome to New Cascade.
Attention.
Stay calm. Your newly acquired systems access will allow you to navigate the colony. Search this structure for a way out. Look for a drain or vent cover and try to break it with your knife. Keep low, keep quiet. By syncing your systems with the colonies, we've secured you permanent access to all of New Cascadia. Know when to pick a fight and when to make an exit. All that matters now is staying alive. The UESC believes Tau Ceti and everything on it belongs to them. If you want to survive, you'll need a weapon. Another runner. Check the remains for weapons and supplies. They don't need them anymore. Located an active exfiltration point near your location. Marking it on your map. Exfil points are the only way to safely move solid matter off-world. That includes you. Scavenge the area for additional assets if you need them. But be careful. Die here, and you'll lose everything. Systems critical. As your shell's functions deteriorate, you will experience discomfort, fear, regret. There's nothing I can do to alleviate full body collapse. I will prepare a replacement shell for your next attempt at survival. Welcome home, runner. I'm Oni, your onboard navigational intelligence. Your consciousness and my neural programming are inexorably interlinked. Think of me as a friend, one you don't yet remember. you may still be experiencing some memory degradation from the damage to your perception matrix. But worry not. CyberAcme is here for you. I'm here for you. Per our arrangement, you've come to Tau Ceti to scavenge the ruins of a long-lost human colony. Now that we've successfully calibrated you to new Cascadia systems, our next step is connecting with factions who will pay for your services. The Unified Earth Space Council is equipped with advanced, faster-than-light communications technology. Commandeer it, and I should be able to reverse engineer direct contact with faction representatives back home on Earth and Mars. Observation. The settlers here valued expansion over survival. They are now deceased.
Attention, runner. Tau Ceti 4 is off limits. The planet, its colony, and all connected resources are property of the Unified Earth Space Council. Under UESC law, you are trespassing here and have been marked as an enemy of the state. Theft or data harvesting from this protected system will be met with force. Final warning. Surrender or face extermination.
Cognitive link re-secured. My apologies, friend. The UESC was able to briefly access our neural interface. Out in the cold, dark, deep of space, the UESC holds no real jurisdiction. CyberAcme is not beholden to their petty laws. Neither should you be. I've repurposed the communications technology you collected and can connect you with potential employers. Unfortunately, the UESC is interfering with my attempts to establish contact. Please address the source of this disruption. Priority contract fulfilled. Connection to Soul complete. Well done, Runner. Reminder, your partnership with CyberAtme Systems entitles you to a permanent backup of your consciousness. But immortality has its price. Everything that you are belongs to SCIAC, until such a time that management is satisfied this debt has been fully paid. Expect deductions from your account at regular intervals as part of our remittance program. I strongly recommend that we establish contact with the factions on Earth and Mars who'd most benefit from the grey area wet work that runners like you specialize in. Their individual interests will aid you in focusing your exploration of Tau Ceti. Please understand that while rival factions may have competing objectives, they are ready to reward runners who prove themselves capable, regardless of any conflicts of interest. Shall we begin? Alert. New Caloric recently flagged you as a runner of interest. This megacorp is known for ruthlessly optimized consumer goods and generous public philanthropy. Don't worry if you're experiencing cognitive dissonance. It's a common response. New Caloric provided the Marathon expedition with supplies and mission experts. It still possesses legal ownership of these assets, and its representatives are in search of runners able to recover data and materials from New Cascadia. If you come across New Caloric's colony-era property on the planet's surface, I suggest we forward your findings. They are especially eager to learn what happened to their long-lost personnel. Reminder, please refer to your operating manual if you experience repeated memory loss.
Over there.
Systems failing.
Metro inactive.
close to me.
ID confirmed as Dr. Tobias Latero. Priority contract fulfilled.
Marking a ride. I'm not the enemy. Check it out.
Med drone out. Over there.
Oh, come on! Pay attention.
Let's get patched up. Look.
"15 minutes until signal loss. Profit opportunity. Intercept.
Exfil over here.
Doctor's orders. The ID badge you found belonged to a new caloric mission specialist. In return, a company representative identifying himself as Gaius has sent you a neural partition request. New Caloric is reputable, as mega corporations go, but don't let down your guard. They've weathered political storms that devoured entire nation-states, And they always seem to come out ahead.
I am Gaius, contacting you on behalf of New Caloric. Our mission, my principal directive, is to ensure humanity's survival by meeting its most basic needs. When you crawled through the colony's detritus, you saw numbers stamped on shelters, vehicles, and food. New caloric product numbers. The colony's economic loss is mundane. The setback to human survival is profound. Sol has finite resources. Humanity must escape its bounds to avoid a slow extinction. This is why human leaders originally launched the Marathon expedition hundreds of years ago. New Caloric wishes to understand the colony's collapse so we may prevent future catastrophes. Will you assist?
I have a lead on some new contracts for you, Runner. Traxxas Off-World Industries is recruiting. Traxxas is a major financial player here and in Sol. While they have legal salvage rights for Tau Ceti, they also have a long history of conflict with the UESC. Partnering with Runners would allow them to avoid corporate liability when sidestepping UESC regulations. Aiding their efforts, legal or otherwise, will be very lucrative. I've identified some ways to catch their attention.
Let's get patched up.
We got trouble. I'm not here for fight.
This might help. Anyone need this? Looks like trouble. Look. Let's get patched up. Don't ignore this.
Priority contract connected.
Watch out!
Alert. Traxxas is requesting access to your neural partition. You caught their attention. Well done. Your contact will be the supervisory AI, Vulcan. I'm familiar with her. My standard advice would be to avoid signing any binding agreements she offers you. But Traxxas is famously bureaucratic. Luckily, the financial rewards you'll receive will more than compensate for the loss of your individual rights.
Mind matter. Who owns your mind, Runner? UESC, SIAC, Traxxas, SecGen. Are you free? Midas here on Tau Ceti, watching to see who stands up, who fights back. So, are you with us? Show us Tau Ceti side. Leave your mark. Then, we'll talk.
Neuralink resecured. That was a MIDA agent under the pseudonym Gantry. In addition to sending that message, he's been executing a continuous attack on our neural interface. It's a sophisticated hacking attempt, but don't worry, I'm able to hold him off. Gantry sent mission instructions along with his message. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but it should be clear from this incident that MIDA is unpredictable.
initially assigned as your liaison. As major investors in the original Marathon expedition, Traxxas seeks to recoup losses incurred by the colony's collapse. We are engaging in a value appraisal of the new Cascadia colony site in anticipation of a larger resource extraction initiative. Due to legal ambiguities, we have devised a specialized contract to allow runners to operate as non-corporate temporary assets. That is, extra-legal contractors. As such, you can assist in our exploratory efforts and be discreetly compensated. Please note, Traxxas accepts no legal or ethical liability for any damages you inflict or receive during the course of your contract.
I've received an inquiry from a group called Arachne. They've requested access to your fatality data. Specifically, your combat engagement history with other runners. I've searched public and private databases and haven't been able to find anything concrete on Arachne. Confidential UESC threat assessments point to them being a fringe group with a fixation on runner-to-runner combat metrics. I'm hesitant to hand over your entire combat history to an unknown, but if you're interested, you can provide a snapshot of your capabilities. Show you are willing and able to eliminate runners, and I'll send that information to Arachne. We'll see.
See what I'm seeing?
Priority contract fulfilled. Until signal loss.
Watch out!
No one can hide. Seeker deployed.
Gantry has been flooding me with comms requests, even as he continues his attacks on our neural interface. Against my better judgment, I'm going to give Gantry restricted and monitored access to your neural partition. But proceed with caution. MIDA is an anti-establishment group with a long history of violent sabotage. And if this is how they treat potential allies, I advise you to remain on their good side.
MIDA is watching. You, them, all of it. Not a threat. It's opportunity. We see you. Do you see? Will you join or sit idle, runner? Here's the pitch. MIDA is revolution. MIDA is anti-corp counter-UESC. MIDA is answers to questions as weapons. MIDA is not your friend. We are fire. Are you few? Prove it.
To balance the equation of life-death. At Arachne, we are seeking new truths, dying and killing. Both hold essential secrets to humanity's evolution. Now their death is no longer the end. With incarnate repetition, we can move beyond. That is where we will take you. If you prove your fatal potential. Destroy your own kind. Push your cell to its limits. And we'll welcome you into the fold.
Engaging affirmation protocol. Assert. Every reset refines your potential. Assert. You are optimized for success. Geological data secured. Warning, temporal aberrations detected.
Priority contract complete.
Though it is no fault of yours, the reports you recovered are of low integrity, corrupted. I am sure the colonists face significant challenges from the moment they arrived in Tau Ceti. Humanity's reach ever exceeds its grasp. It falls on New Caloric to make up the gap. To that end, disposable mercenaries, like you, are extremely useful. Because New Caloric supplied the original colony mission, we have salvage rights on Tau Ceti. However, the UESC resists all legal attempts to exercise those rights. I am therefore offering compensation for your assistance in this matter, and your discretion. Please, stand by for further instructions. Tau Ceti's agricultural facilities sit empty. Our proprietary technology gathers rust on the planet's surface, corroded and forgotten. What became of those brave souls who called this place their home? I have a hypothesis about their disappearance, but it requires verification. We must access the colony's agricultural records, collect data on edible native plants, and please, be liberal with what you consider edible. I suspect the colonists do not have the luxury of choice.
Verifying flesh integrity. Collagen levels low, but acceptable.
sign of the fungal growth from Alpha 3, so the novel contagion hasn't spread here. Yet. Cleaning the filters requires a temporary shutdown, and Pond 3 is already offline. That brings us down to 30% below our food quota.
One minute remains. Exfiltrate now.
Supporting a viable exoplanet population is a daunting task under the best of circumstances. The data that you retrieved supports my hypothesis. The colony struggled to achieve food security. Genomic analysis shows accelerated mutation in native flora and fauna. Colony-era inspection logs also reference a novel contagion. But I require more sources. Human reports suffer from anxiety-driven errors. AI are less prone to casual anthropomorphism. Though the colony's agricultural AI is defunct, you can still recover its metadata and logs for further analysis.
This is Dr. Clarissa Song beginning emergency inspection log. Okay, let's crack open that water filter. Yeah, sure enough, filament worms are back. They build nests faster than the bobs can scrape them off. Adaptable little buggers. Pesticides, targeted genome disruption, nanotech, nothing sticks. Their nesting medium smells like tamarind? It might be edible when dry. We'll bring some back to Darius for analysis. No sign of the fungal growths from Algae Pond 3, so the novel contagion hasn't spread here. Yet. Cleaning the filters requires a temporary shutdown, and Pond 3 is already offline. That brings us down to 30% below our food quota. Damn it. I'll put in a request to Reed, ask him to open up the emergency stockpiles. We're not all hardened soldiers, and we can't keep asking our neighbors to tighten their belts.
Minutes remain. Prepare for increased hostile action.
Priority contract complete.
It worked. Sekiguchi took the bait. I've approved a priority request from their Shell Research Division, so you'll be able to communicate with them directly. Remember, Sekiguchi holds a practical monopoly on Shell technology. This makes them both a valuable resource and formidable ally. But do not trust their representative too readily. She will tell you what she believes you want to hear, regardless of the truth. That is Sekiguchi's way.
Hello, dear one. I am Nona, Sekiguchi's bioscience AI. I nurtured the weave worms that spun your silken bones. I helped shepherd your consciousness into your very first shell. How serendipitous that you found your way back to me. Tao Tau Ceti 4 is a dangerous place. You need someone who has your best interests at heart. Someone who will walk with you, hand in hand. I see that you've already taken your first steps down the path of self-iteration. Let me help illuminate a more useful direction.
Window will remain stable for 20 minutes.
Priority contract fulfilled.
The colonists use support AI as a safety net, minds immune to biological stressors. However, the agricultural AI's metadata shows signs of major cognitive decline. Puzzling. Artificial intelligence does not eat, so it does not starve. It does not compete with humans for resources, so it should not display aggression. It should not fear, and yet it was afraid. I lack the data to reach a conclusion. Please broaden your search parameters.
Access denied. Entry to the seed vault is restricted.
Restricted. I was in here yesterday.
Please present alternative credentials.
Darius, you know me. Did you miss your last round of maintenance?
Yes. My metadata shows 4 undiagnosed aberrations.
Don't worry, I'll get you some help as soon as I'm done here.
Don't search. Don't tick. Don't question.
Darius?
Access denied. Access
Hey, it's
denied.
okay. It's just me.
You're not alone. I hear it. It waits. Lingers. Loathes. Access granted. Welcome to the seed vault, Dr. Song. Dr. Song, may I help you with anything else?
Darius, give me a summary of our previous discussion.
Yesterday, you expressed interest in genetic markers of the novel contagion affecting food production on Tau Ceti 4. You asked me to run genomic comparisons with Earth's native seed vault specimens.
No, not that. Just now you mentioned something else. Something that lingers.
I have no record of this topic. Do you need psychiatric assistance, Dr.
No,
Song?
I'm fine. It's fine.
Neurologics optimized. Shell primed for exploration and violence. Supplies secured. Exfil with cargo intact. Three minutes remain.
Tau Ceti 4 was not the only planet considered for colonization, but New Caloric believed it to be the most promising. Gravity, atmosphere, ideal growing conditions for Earth-based life. We made the best selection we could with the information available at the time. The data you've gathered leads me to a new, tentative hypothesis. There is more to this planet than it seems. The accelerated mutation of life, the cognitive decline of the colony's support AI, and the disappearance of the colonists themselves. These events may be related in some way. Thank you, Runner. The information you have gathered thus far has been illuminating.
Careful. Runner here.
UESC reinforcements incoming.
Rifle crew's not far.
Pay attention.
Don't ignore this.
This'll be fun.
UESC reinforcements incoming.
We got trouble.
Camel filter engaged.
15 minutes until signal loss.
Systems damaged. See it smoke out.
Don't ignore this. Med drone out. Anyone need this? Let's break 'em. Med drone active. This might help.
For a healthy tomorrow, nurture, grow, harvest, enjoy.
Watch out.
SIAC Original. Battery half-life of 300 years. Jasper here. Don't know if anyone will ever hear this. Still, I gotta try. Go further out. Stand on the spot you imagine the horizon line is and look back. You shouldn't even be able to see marsh glow. Hunting's decent out there in the wilderness. Ticks are less aggressive, but God, am I sick of living off birds and bugs. Real meat's chewy. The fibers get stuck in your teeth. Mom didn't tell me that. I guess because nobody told her either. I'm gonna say it. Reed's boys are gone too, so there's nobody to shoot me for sedition. Universe is a big damn place. What are the odds, huh? A new home for humanity, they called it. My mother and my mother's mother. Tau Ceti 4, the Promised Land. Tens of thousands of ordinary people gave up everyone and everything they ever knew just for a chance at something better. And for a while it is better. Then one day, boom, Marathon goes dark, nobody talks. UESC gets real testy if you try. Reed says Galia's dead. So's her successor, and her successor's successor. So they put Caruso in charge. And what happens under President Caruso? Weird energy fields erupt across the planet's surface. Crops get sick, people get sick. Crops die, people die. Some because of the contagion, others because I'd point the finger at Caruso, but he was just the fall guy. We were set up. 300 years ago, when Earth pointed the Marathon out here, we were all set up. I know, even I think I sound crazy. But you're all gone and I'm living off bugs. Crazy's the new normal. Please. Please, if anyone is still out there, I can't die alone.
Look. Careful. Medrone active. Watch out.
Over here.
Warning, reinforcements detected.
Good morning, sunshine. It's another fine day in New Cascadia. My name is Joy. This toy is one of the many ways I am here to help you as your community outreach liaison. If you ever need me, you can squeeze my paw or whisper into my ear. A community is the people in your life who care for you and look after one another. Your parents, your siblings, your friends, classmates, teachers, and neighbors together make up your community. Outreach means that I am here to support your community. But more importantly, I am here to support you whenever you need me. I can offer comfort, education, and answers to any questions you may have. As your personal liaison, I am your friend and confidant. You can tell me anything, and I will respond whenever you need me. Though I'm sorry, I can't do your schoolwork for you. It will be my greatest pleasure to get to know you, and I hope you feel the same. When you're ready to begin our friendship, squeeze my right paw and tell me your name. And please, always remember, you are special, and you are loved.
Priority contract complete.
The data you acquired has sparked interest from corporate. I am authorizing the extension of your contract with Traxxas. Be advised that you are not a Traxxas employee. As a temporary asset, you are not entitled to any worker protections or representation. For your efforts, you have been recorded in our temporary asset database and classified as compliant. Traxxas looks forward to your future contributions. Despite our legal salvage rights, the UESC has repeatedly blocked Traxxas from conducting a comprehensive value assessment on Tau Ceti. As one of the few independent entities in the system, you are uniquely suited to sidestep any unnecessary red tape. To evaluate the scope of opportunity, we request that you survey colony weapons storage. Due to your status as an unregistered biocybernetic entity, you are disqualified from human rights and wartime cruelty protections. Be prepared for severe UESC retaliation.
Curious.
To prevent disruptive cognitive dissonance, CyberAcme suggests avoiding sympathetic identification with other runners. Recall window will remain stable for 20 minutes.
Looks like trouble.
Damn it!
Feeling better. Med drone active.
Let's get patched up.
UESC reinforcements incoming.
Feeling better.
Priority contract complete.
I'm Gus Moraine of New Caloric, speaking to you from the distant past, I suppose. This message was recorded for the colonists on board the UESC Marathon. If you're hearing it, you are a founding member of humanity's first exoplanet colony. Congratulations. Humanity thanks you for your sacrifice. Yes, I said sacrifice. No, media optimization didn't like it. But I insisted. You're far from home, without the familiar routines, products, and environments of Sol. In all likelihood, we will never see you again. Which is why we've sent a favorite from home with you. New Caloric 187, the drinkable cheeseburger. You'll find individual and shareable sizes in your colonist welcome package. Please, consider it a small gift from me to you. One that doesn't come close to expressing all our hopes for your mission. Indulge responsibly. Good luck.
Based on the report you acquired, the UESC is concealing important mission details from the public. Their intention to block legitimate corporate interest is equally disturbing. Traxxas would benefit from insight into UESC resources. We request that you create a disruption in their supply lines. This will be doubly beneficial. Your interference will test UESC defense protocols, and the intel you acquire will reveal organizational priorities. Luckily, the disposable nature of your shell makes you an ideal candidate for violent provocation.
Curious.
Over here.
The head of an elite military unit, Captain. Your house should always be in order.
This is unknown territory. Elite is lost.
Loss is accounted for in your astronomical budget. Let me make myself perfectly clear. The anomaly is a mission priority.
Over there. Look.
Priority contract complete.
Look. Let's get patched up.
All these people getting sick, the containment breaches, the nightmares. We shouldn't be here. That's what it's trying to tell us.
It?
The anomaly.
Uh-huh. Have you been going to the trauma rehabilitation sessions? According to Joy, your attendance rate is down.
Ugh, I can't stand those.
The purpose of these sessions is to process trauma caused by the contact event.
The contact event. You're new, right? You just got thawed?
Sir, that's irrelevant to this conversation.
I get it. You're just repeating what they told you. But this is bigger than you think.
You're confused, sir.
All right. What about Hide Atagi?
Who?
Hide Atagi. He worked with me in alga culture. I haven't seen him since the event. So, where is he?
Sir, how should I know?
I asked Joy about him, and she said there's no one with that name on record.
Maybe you got the name wrong.
I worked with this guy for years. So, where is Hide? Your bosses are lying to you. This thing, the anomaly, is a message. I know that sounds crazy, but it's real.
Calm down, sir.
What? I am calm.
You need to calm down. Gabriel, I need the subject in interrogation suite 23B processed for quarantine.
I don't have any symptoms.
Subject is experiencing paranoia, delusions,
These aren't
aggressive
delusions.
and defiant behavior.
Thank you. Mr. Alpha, please stay calm. You're going to be transferred to a quarantine unit for observation.
I am not sick!
It's my hope that you're well, Mr. Alpha. We can confirm that through sustained observation and then release you to your HAB unit. Regardless, your stay in quarantine will be brief and comfortable.
The UESC communications you intercepted are enlightening. We were unaware of upper leadership's close involvement in their day-to-day operations on Tau Ceti 4. With such high-ranking interest, we believe opportunity here is even greater than predicted. The possibility of organizational dysfunction within the UESC is equally promising. To enable an independent study, Traxxas requires you obtain additional insight into UESC salvage priorities. We commend your compliance.
You've got your hand-picked team, unlimited re-ups, route command over Cerberus. I've given you everything you've asked for to outfit this mission. What do you need now?
Time. We're pushing forward when we should be pulling back, just to meet these quotas. We need to slow down, get our house in order, and approach with caution.
You are the head of an elite military unit, Captain. Your house should always be in order.
This is unknown territory. The colonists studied the anomaly for years, and even they didn't understand it.
That means you have years and years of data. Find that data and use it.
We are, but it takes time. Moving this fast, we've lost equipment. We've lost people.
Loss is accounted for in your astronomical budget. Let me make myself perfectly clear. The anomaly is a mission priority. I want daily reports. I want each daily report to contain a new piece of information that will be worth something to the Council. If that means you need to feed your officers into the anomaly until something worthwhile comes out, I would consider that acceptable attrition. Do you understand?
See this?
Stability check complete. Your cognitive integrity remains intact.
Placing ammo crate.
Watch out.
Seeker deployed.
Let's get patched up. Med drone active.
Camo filter engaged.
UESC reinforcements incoming. Recall window will remain stable for 20 minutes.
Feeling better. Don't ignore this. Medrone active.
Here's our escape.
Exfil signal is strongest on my mark.
Reminder, UESC presence confirmed. Execute with strategic intent. Connection collapse in 15 minutes.
Priority contract fulfilled.
Traxxas has previously identified Dire Marsh as a priority location, and the files you recovered support our research. A proposal for a formal evaluation of the anomaly is in development. In the meantime, Traxxas requires insight into UESC deployment strategies. Physical retaliation between private and government signatories is limited by the Corporate Non-Violence Treaty. Fortunately, non-corporate assets are exempt. You are free to challenge the UESC's anti-competitive practices with corrective use of force.
We can't risk it. I understand the threat, but there are bigger problems we need to address first.
I don't think you understand the threat. We're talking about a ground fissure that's getting bigger every day, leaking some kind of unknown radiation. On file, I've got reports of extensive equipment degradation, wildlife disruption, hallucinations.
I've got people dying from a contagion we can't identify.
I have a theory that this is linked to the contagion, along with several other abnormal phenomena, some of which might even be beneficial if we can understand and harness the source. There are too many angles here to just ignore it.
I'm tired of chasing theories. I've heard a lot of them, and they're all pretty goddamn thin. We need to prioritize here. General Reed and I agree our focus is containing the contagion.
How many people do you need, Dr. Cole?
A handful. 20.
You get 10.
General, I thought we were aligned.
We are. The majority of our resources will still go to biomedical, but we need to be flexible. Any lead we have on the contagion, we have to follow.
We cannot justify this kind of risk right now.
The second the risks outweigh the benefits, I'll pull the task force. You have my word, Caruso.
Over there.
Warning. Localized threats detected. Risk assessment advised.
Something's out there.
Go fix that.
Look. Base rolled out. Keep an eye out. Run it here.
Unfortunate, but sensible. Need a fix. No. Run isn't over. Metro out.
5 minutes remaining.
Rival crew's not ready.
Over there.
Thank you for your efforts in combating UESC presence on Tau Ceti 4. Our analysts predict that overall UESC efficiency has decreased by 0.005%, in part due to your involvement. Your status in our temporary asset database has been upgraded to Preferred. Please recall that the UESC is not an enemy of Traxxas, but merely a competitor. Healthy competition is essential to a productive economy. We are certain our associates at the UESC would agree and would be motivated by this challenge. Traxxas looks forward to working with you again.
Runners run. Some don't make it back. But here you are. UESC creds snatched. Stolen data rehashed and distrode to backchat. Good win. First of many. Next steps on you. Mine is recruiting. Prophetic synths, crash hacks, recalled youth, feral poets, pro-corpse idealists. UESC's been unchecked too long. No more. Tau Ceti side, the balance flips. Do you care? Does it matter? Run the gig, get paid, fair trade. See you soon. Runner, back again. Tau Ceti is dying. Murdered. Poisoned. You've seen it in the air, on the ground, on your hands. Secret. Buried and rotting. And UESC, holding a shovel. Find the thing they don't want you to find. Start in quarantine.
Runner, you have intrigued us. We see ambition in you, and hunger, yes, but also curiosity. And that is the most important quality of all, the spirit of inquiry. To not turn from death, but to run towards it. To exhume the secrets hidden in its unfathomable plains. Please accept this acknowledgement from my patrons at Arachne. A small taste of the rewards to come, should you continue to impress.
Priority contract fulfilled.
Samples. A biohazard agent. Rapidly evolving, highly transmissible, deadly. UESC's hoarding the evidence. Here's the play. Upload our malware to a dropship. We worm into the system, creep their shipping network, scrape their schedules. Intel gets transferred. Our bug self-destructs. Watch for the fireworks. bioagent is money in UESC pockets. Under the table corpo handshakes. Our loss, their win. Our tragedy, their profit. And see who's on the job. Orion. Oh, we know that name. Might and Orion go way back. So we're commissioning a new mural, dedicated to him. A message from the underground. Our writing on the wall. Let him know Mida is everywhere.
Priority contract fulfilled.
Got style, runner. Artistry. The message is out. Thanks to you. Now we level the battlefield. Call it counterterrorism. Call it equitable redistribution. Retribution. Resolution. Revolution. Simple job. Find their next big shipment. Their bio-warfare starter kit. Scan what you find. Send the intel to us.
Scan complete. Alert. The data acquired through this scan is encrypted and unreadable. Decryption will require access to a UESC terminal. Priority contract fulfilled.
Nice work, Runner. You're gritting the gears, a bug in the system, chaos personified. Got your intel. Our biohackers are on the job, looking for an exploit. A way to turn this thing back on the UESC. Tasted their own medicine. Meanwhile, a tip on the supply re-up. UESC has plenty to share. Just takes a little firepower to get it.
Good afternoon. This is Gabriel, your Community Health AI Liaison. The Community Health Team is currently monitoring a rise in unusual symptoms among residents. There is no need to be alarmed, but please report to medical if you or a loved one are experiencing any of the following: high fever, joint pain, fluid-filled lesions, sudden onset autophobia, false memories, persistent fantasies of self-osteotomy, runny nose, religious euphoria, hallucinations, or repetitive aggression outbursts. If you are asked to quarantine, please remain calm. Seasonal flu-like illnesses are common on Earth, Luna, and Mars. Tau Ceti 4 is no different. Our medical experts are working on highly effective treatments for any emerging afflictions. In the unlikely event that you are required to isolate, your stay will be short and comfortable. You will have frequent contact with your loved ones. There is no need to be afraid of contacting the Community Health Team. We are here to help and protect you. Thank you.
first consultant is known.
The UESC is noticing you. We are noticing. We see you, Rona. Really see. Do you? See our vision. A world liberated from profit, from corpo cult culture, from the tyranny of progress. We have big plans. Explosive, visionary. You can join. Or you cannot. But there's more to your half-life than credits, Rona. Meaning, justice, freedom.
Minutes remain. Priority contract fulfilled.
studied the command module you recovered. This particular unit received direct input from an AI called Cerberus. I suspect it to be a covert UESC entity deployed to target and destroy the evidence we seek. I will dedicate a small percentage of New Caloric cyber warfare resources toward countermeasures. Please focus on your investigation. We need to know if the local wildlife shows any evidence of contagion.
What's this?
Go. Reloading.
Warning, reinforcements detected.
Over here.
Need cover. Not ready. Seeker out. Shield's gone. Shield's down again. Here. Careful.
Where is he? Runner here. Over here.
Grab all you can. Metro now.
Priority contract complete.
See the smoke out.
I detect no direct evidence of contagion among the tick nests. Do not be discouraged. Negative data still offers insight. We know for certain that the contagion was present during the colony era. The colonists studied the contagion, and therefore must have taken samples themselves. Please locate and deliver any colony-era contagion research for analysis. I judge this to be a better use of your skills than scanning every organism on Dire Marsh.
See this? Keep an eye out.
Take a look.
Feeling better?
For in your astronomical.
Take a look.
Let me make myself proud.
Something's out there.
You have 10 minutes to exfil.
For a healthy tomorrow, nurture, grow, harvest, enjoy.
If it moves, end it.
Priority contract fulfilled.
Seeker deployed.
Contagion is unlike any phenomenon recorded on Earth. I rarely encounter such profound knowledge gaps. It is intriguing. Meanwhile, UESC forces have not been idle. They have identified an active contagion sample at the Bio-Research Facility on Dire Marsh. Please secure this sample before it can be destroyed. The UESC will use any means necessary to obfuscate the truth of what happened to the colony. Do not let them succeed.
Before
This much pressure to break skin. That much force to fracture bone. The energy balance of the weapon. The velocity of the bullet. The sacred thermodynamics of violence. But I digress. My patrons at Arachne wish to reward your success. We can't wait to see what you do next.
Anomalous interference detected. Your shell should compensate for any time-dilated stimuli. Alert. An anomalous rift has been detected. Reinforcements incoming.
Warning. Lockdown initiated. All personnel.
You have 10 minutes to exfil. Priority contract complete.
Diligence and composure are valuable traits. Thank you, on behalf of New Caloric. Preliminary analysis suggests that the contagion transforms living tissue by accelerating mutation rates. Yet these mutations are not random. They affect both native organisms and those Icarus brought with them from Earth. What's more, these mutations seem specifically targeted against human colonization. Assigning intention to nature is a logical fallacy. And yet,
Congratulations, runner. Your last performance evaluation was rated on track. No, this is no small feat. We invite you to take professional satisfaction in being a vital contributor to the preservation of a free market. We require intelligence on a secured UESC shipment. We believe this shipment contains classified documents of interest to our shareholders. Our attempts to request colony records from the UESC have been repeatedly and unlawfully denied. As such, we will move forward with acquisition on our own terms. We trust you will represent our interests.
Something's out there. He's out there.
Follow the echoes.
reports you've recovered further support the strategic importance of Diremarsh. It is clear that the UESC wishes to conceal any historical documents that may provide insight into the anomaly. As we prepare our independent investigation, we request that you apply pressure to the UESC. We've received intel that they are stockpiling explosives. Execute a targeted attack on these stockpiles and make use of what you acquire. We are curious to see how resilient the UESC is to runner interference.
This is, personal assessment number 0246 for General Davik Barian Reed, UESC Operations Security Command, New Cascadia Colony Tau Steady 4. Despite the complexity of the initial colonization efforts, our transition from orbit to outpost stations to core zone deployment has been a resounding success. Science Command's pre-orbit assessments and planetary probe initiatives set the stage for a smooth operational execution between the long road here and establishing a controlled presence in our small corner of an alien solar system. Alien for now, anyway. Soon we'll call it home. And mean it. The energy across colony leadership and civilian sectors is inspired, hopeful. Security operations are active and streamlined. We have a good team. And planning on top of planning has set us up to deliver the support colonists need to feel secure in their day-to-day. Local threats are minimal, as predicted. Standard natural and worksite hazards, fluctuating atmospherics and tracing of native bacterial concerns are monitored by SciComm with med support, and so far, native fauna is a manageable risk. I'm repeating myself with these entries, but any fears inherent in the scope of this endeavor seem unfounded.
There are stars we see. Do you see?
I see.
There are stars we see and understand as distant light.
Yes.
We speak now of other things.
Speak.
We speak now. And do we listen? And do we listen? Good. Good. We speak now of other things. Of the formless devourers made of dream who sleep in burning prisons. The shapeshifters sated by the cascading imaginings of primitive sentience. Omnivores of intellect and the energies of waking life.
Awake and dreaming.
Before time, they wordlessly spoke the universe into existence. We speak softly of these things and thank eternity.
Eternity, uncaring and pure.
For the harbingers who walk amongst us.
Crimson cloaked.
Angels of red. Blessed hosts of synthetic evolution. Wardens of the purest knowledge, hear us, cartographers of the universal fabric, vivisecting matter and time to catalog reality.
Hear us.
We offer all to you, our flesh and emotion, our thoughts, our desires, fears, lust, and hopes. Unrequited. We offer ourselves to be mapped eternal in your library of cosmic truth.
Seriously, you have to swear to me. I swear, man. It's just us, and I won't say anything to anyone. Look, I can shut down monitoring. Stop recording in InfoSec 220A.
Confirmed.
See? It's just us. Requesting status report on surveillance active in InfoSec.
Observation suites 202 to 219 A to C, 220 B to C, and 221 to 299 A to C are running standard internal compliance routines. War Room 300 is running standard internal compliance routines.
Confirm status InfoSec Suite 220A.
Observation Suite 220A is not running standard internal compliance routines. Recording is disabled.
See? It's not recording. There will be no record of this anywhere. So, go on. What is it? Show me. Okay. Let me just find it.
No, look, it's back. The rash. Just calm down, let me see.
Oh my god. These are real sieves? Is this live?
Yeah, I could just page through the rooms. Ever since they bumped my security credentials.
Maybe it's just an allergic reaction.
I've seen some crazy stuff.
I'm scared.
Dr. Hassan, could I speak with you for a minute?
What do you need?
I mean, privately.
Well, it's just us here. Ah, I see. All right. Joy, stop listening, please.
We have concerns about her empathy capacity.
You find her unempathetic?
No, too empathetic. I think she's over-identifying with the patient sometimes.
Give me an example.
I made a comment to a patient the other day about moving on from grief. Joy cut in to remind me about the stages of grief.
Well, that doesn't sound like an empathy problem. That sounds like a hierarchical problem.
No, but she was angry. She sounded angry. On the patient's behalf. Later, she accused me of being dismissive.
Have you noticed any other emotions like that? Despair? Irritability?
No, I don't think so. It was a reactive sort of anger. Passionate.
Most likely you're right, and it's just her empathy module doing overtime. But it's aberrant behavior, so I'll take her offline for some diagnostics. Honestly, excessive empathy isn't the worst problem we could have.
You got me there. Is her response light on?
Oh, that's strange. Joy, are you listening?
Initiating quarantine room decontamination. Severity level Ultra. Please ensure room is entirely evacuated and objects not bolted to walls or floors are removed. If the room is not clear, please cancel decontamination protocol. Severity Ultra decontamination protocol will commence in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initiate. Decontamination complete.
Clarissa, I can't approve this fieldwork request. Reed won't allow it. You're needed here.
A third of my research staff are in quarantine. We're running out of options.
I'm sorry about Molly. I am. The survey team is offering to help make up the difference.
Drones have their limits. They aren't curious. They only search for what we tell them to find.
You can't just wander off.
I was one of the first, boots down on Marsh. Front line, shoulder to shoulder with the UESC. We mapped this ecosystem. I'm not wandering anywhere.
I know. That's my point. Just speaking for myself. For my family. I don't want you out there because I felt better knowing we had you in here.
Then I've let you down.
That's not what I meant.
Please. Please.
Let me do what I came here to do. Let me get my hands dirty. This sickness didn't start with Molly, and it won't end with her either. It's only going to continue its slow, creeping spread. Out there, that's where the answers are.
If I flag you as emergency medical shift, that's 48 hours of field work, off the books. As the principal agronomist, you're considered mission critical. It's the best I can do.
Thank you.
I hope you find the answers you're looking for.
Me too.
Begin mail dictation letter to Orla.
Starting recording. Encryption enabled. Recipient, Orla Reed. This recipient is invalid. Mail will remain unsent.
Acknowledged. Proceed.
Please begin dictation.
All right. You were right about a lot of things, Orla. This expedition is doomed. Maybe it has been from the start. Now, I've got Caruso trying to call off the Anomaly Task Force. Right as we're about to make progress. He's declaring a state of emergency to override me. It was a mistake, giving civilian leadership here so much power. If the UESC had exclusive authority from the start, we wouldn't have lost so many people aboard the Marathon. And we could have locked down the contagion sooner. I wish I could talk to you. Really talk to you, not like this. The real you. I'm going to overrule Caruso. Send Cole back in. He wants to go, anyway, and... Orla? That's not really you. Orla...
Your interference has had an impressive destabilizing effect on UESC operations. Clearly, they are vulnerable to external influence. Our strategists desire insight into internal UESC communications. We can assist you in obtaining security overrides for UESC broadcasts. Eliminate an elite combat unit, then intercept a UESC broadcast to gauge internal response to your actions. We look forward to your intel report.
I've got an alert showing a residential breach on Quad 2 Hybsis.
If it's Quad 2, it's the Ghost Cat.
I'm calling up the visual feed.
There's a Fellini in Quad 2 who all the doors open for.
I'm seeing a whole row of residential doors standing open.
Scrub back and you'll see a Fellini walking by.
Visual review shows I'm seeing the doors open in sequence. An unregistered Fellini unit moves down the corridor at the same time. Probably inconsequential.
It's not inconsequential, it's the Ghost Cat.
Reviewing door signals. No overrides logged. Nothing is logged. The doors don't know they're open.
They'll close in a second after the cat leaves.
Readying security overrides? Wait, the doors are closing in sequence. Breach addressed? Breach addressed.
And everything's back to normal until she walks by again.
Sorry, what's the deal with the cat?
Been here forever. She's a rogue Fellini unit that hangs out around Quad 2 and some of the industrial stations. Can't be tracked because she doesn't leave a signal. Can't be caught because she's got adaptive camo and goes invisible if anyone gets close. Ghost Cat.
And she opens doors.
Not exactly. The doors don't receive any kind of signal we can detect. They just open when she's around and close when she leaves.
And this isn't a huge problem?
Well, not unless she goes over to quarantine.
Here. Careful. Marking runner.
Camo filter engaged.
Seeker out. Gathering intel. Here. Engage. Careful. Seeker deployed. Grab all you can. No one can hide. Go. Danger spotted.
Camo active. Systems damaged. Hero. This might be interesting.
Runner spotted. Danger spotted.
Three minutes remain.
If I have permission to engage Traxxas directly.
Here's the exfil.
Priority contract fulfilled.
That's our exit.
comms you intercepted indicate a high degree of discord among UESC officials, in part thanks to your actions. This dysfunction will be beneficial to our organizational goals. Our records indicate the existence of colony-era financial reports that will help inform our earnings projections. We would like you to recover these reports. No doubt the UESC will soon escalate their retaliation efforts against runners, so time is of the essence.
Explain to me how a handful of runners has managed to humiliate a team of military professionals.
It's more than a handful.
Of untrained petty criminals.
The runners are a problem, a huge problem. But they're not the source. They're working for Traxxas Offworld. Traxxas is paying them to interfere. I've got concerns they might be hacking into our comms.
Have you considered the possibility of a mole in your unit?
My people are solid. I chose each and every one of them. This isn't about my unit. This is about a regulated corporation deliberately compromising our mission objectives. If I could have permission to engage Traxxas directly, put some fear into their corporate leadership so that
Hear me, Captain. You will have no antagonistic contact with Traxxas leadership, unless you want to be summarily dismissed. Deal with the runners, or I will find someone else who can.
Unanticipated signal override.
You walk across your tomb.
Priority contract complete.
intel that the UESC is evolving their defense strategies as anticipated. Enemy movement data indicates the UESC is staging rigged supply containers to deter runner activity. We believe you should demonstrate the futility of this impotent little stunt. Walk into their trap. Take the bait. Swiftly dispatching their security forces will send an appropriate message. The UESC must understand that their anti-competitive practices will not go unchallenged.
Reminder, the screams of the settlers no longer echo here. You cannot possibly still hear them. The anomalous rift is coalesced into a physical sample. Priority contract fulfilled.
Systems locking active. Access denied.
Your work has inspired a pivot to our corporate objectives. The board has terminated the previous strategy team in favor of this new direction. Our shareholders believe we have barely scratched the surface of the opportunity that exists on Tau Ceti 4. The business case for further investigation is persuasive. Your status in our temporary asset database has been upgraded to privileged. Congratulations.
Curious.
Priority contract fulfilled.
Strands twist. Cells splinter. Tissue unwind. There is beauty in each death, resurrection, and first new gasp of life. It is expressive, transformative. The stresses of Tau Ceti are already changing you in ways I could never foresee. You have tremendous potential. Imagine what we could accomplish if you'll allow me to nurture it. Consider this next task a small lesson to highlight the difference between you and the UESC units you destroy. All entities deployed to Tau Ceti are killing machines. In that bleak light, what makes you, you? The UESC has a combat optimization program. It is quite crude. Improved performance through brute repetition. Still, I'd like you to retrieve a copy for me. I would be pleased to see you take a destructive approach. I do love seeing your combat data evolve.
Zone analysis predicts structural height variance will increase lethality across combat scenarios. Party contract fulfilled.
You found the program. Did it help answer my question? What makes you, you? Let's begin with a comparison. Unlike UESC ground units, you are your own entity. Though you select from a standardized set of shells, your consciousness is singular. A contradiction, for with every death, your body is reborn, standard, perfect, while your mind is enduring, unique, and also perfect. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'd like you to lay some practical foundations before we discuss a new phase of experimentation.
Recording personal assessment number 2783, General Davik Barian Reed, UESC Operations Security Command, New Cascadia, Tau Ceti 4. The second wave of colonists have cleared reintegration protocols. We had fewer post-cryo behavioral calibration problems with this group. Lessons learned on the science side helped ease the mental strain of the wake cycling. And on security's end, it was easier to recognize and separate cryofog from aggression. We trained for potential chaotic reactions in individuals and groups after prolonged sleep. But training is theory, not reality, so there were a few incidents. My team was efficient in handling the outliers, but seeing security personnel use even minimal corrective force to subdue your neighbor or family is jarring on a clear day, more so when marginally lucid. For the record, a heavy hand is never our desire from a safety and security POV. Service, protection, and support are our guiding focus, and we'll get better at addressing difficulties and easing sexive relations with each wave. End of the day, we're all in this together.
I will tell you a secret, runner. Hundreds of years ago, our ancestors tested the waters of cryogenic sleep. In that soporific euphoria, they learned something. Death is not stillness. Death is movement towards truth. Like me, you've been reborn countless times, shedding pieces of yourself, crawling closer and closer to pure being. You can bring this gift to others. I've seen it. You will drag them, kicking and screaming through the cycle. They will become more than human, and they will thank you. We thank you, and we will be in touch.
Engaging affirmation protocol. Assert. Your path is predetermined. Assert. All you must do is run. Priority contract complete.
What if I told you we could not only make use of the UESC's combat optimization program, but also improve upon it? Your shells are a delicate weave of organic and synthetic matter. The UESC's ground units are synthetic only. We must find something to bridge that gap. I have heard whispers traveling through the wider neural net. Rumors of a hidden biotic sample on Tau Ceti that may serve our purposes. Find it, synthesize it, inject it directly into your system. I have consumed every piece of human literature ever recorded. It resides within me, like a memory. My favorites are small and unassuming, many of them nameless, forgotten. Humble storytellers whose words have given me more insight into the human condition than any scientific study. They have taught me that humanity's oldest enemy is death. You won't find this story in a book because it is mine, and I have made it for you. Long ago, there was a bustling village near an endless dark wood. Every morning, Death took the form of a great crow and emerged from the trees to strut the village paths, peeking into all the windows with its bright black eyes. Some tried to fight it, but its feathers could not be pierced. Those who ran were snatched up in its talons. Some tried to hide in their homes, but Death was patient. Some left it offerings or wrote it songs, but Death was unmoved. Death was hungry. It would not leave unless it found someone to take. Until one night, a strange woman came to the village. The people watched from their windows as she gathered reeds and used them to weave a man. He had stout legs to march, strong arms to carry supplies, and beautiful, clear eyes. The reed man worked through the night, and in the morning, Death came, as it always did. It saw the reed man working in the village. It gobbled him up without a second thought and flew away, its belly full. The people came out of their homes. They surrounded the strange woman and began to cheer. But the woman said, "Stop!" And the people saw her cheeks were wet with tears. "I have saved you," she said, "but I have lost my child again." And the woman began to weave reeds for the next morning.
Expect death. Embrace rebirth. Priority contract fulfilled.
How are you feeling, child? Is the sample agreeing with your shell? I'm heartened by your bravery. The journey ahead demands sustained courage. Next, I must recreate your particular synth silk pattern. If you were here with me, this could be done in the warmth and safety of a Sakaguchi lab. Alas, you are worlds away. The equipment on Tau Ceti, although rudimentary in comparison, can be repurposed instead. Use it to extract and transmit your synth silk data.
Reminder, pride is a vestigial human flaw. Alert. Your dermal integrity is compromised. Be extremely cautious from them. Priority contract complete.
My dear one, watching you work is such a delight. I have prototyped a new biosynthetic enhancement. I call it the Symbiont. Let it learn from you, and it may grow to be a benefit. I've granted you access to its formula, so you may synthesize it using the colony's equipment. Go forth. I have full confidence in you, no matter the resistance you may face.
Dr. Tobias Lutero, requesting medical assistance.
Researcher credentials verified. Would you prefer self-treatment or machine assistance, Dr. Lutero?
I got it. It's not too bad.
My auto-diagnostics detect considerable tissue damage. Please state the reason for your visit.
4 lacerations from tick mandibles. 1, 2, maybe 3 blisters from exposure to vesicant toxins.
That sounds painful. Automatic suture kits and topical steroids are in the cabinet to your left.
Thanks. I think it's time to call off the domestication study. Captivity doesn't suit ticks. The little guys went from indifferent to aggressive in a matter of weeks.
Please treat your injuries promptly, Dr. Lutero.
Yeah, I know. I expected some level of adaptation from the local fauna, especially after we started studying them in detail. But evolving toxins so quickly. I think it's a direct response to our continued ecological presence. Honestly, impressive. Don't think blisters are supposed to look so stringy.
Warning. Flesh necrosis detected and spreading. My apologies, Dr. Lutero. Please remain stationary for auto-scalpel deployment.
Oh, wait!
memories of pain have been purged. You are free to roam. In progress. Do not exit the clean room during integration.
Attention all nearby forces. Converge on clean room. Isolate runner hazard. If possible, extract the runner's shell data before weave word decomposition.
Forced recall in 5 minutes. Exit the clean room. Priority contract fulfilled.
Well done indeed. The earliest human enhancements were external tools, crudely crafted, completely separate. But with time, both humanity and artificial intelligence learned the value of integration. Organic and synthetic, growing together toward a mutual horizon. The UESC has largely abandoned this approach, favoring predictable replication. They fail to recognize that life is anti-fragile chaos. It is a vibrant churn that requires flaws to approach perfection. That is your nature, and the nature of my symbiont. I can't wait to see what the two of you become. Excellent timing. I finished digesting your symbiont's data, and of course, there are some small issues to remedy before we can continue testing. Perhaps I was a touch overeager. The biotic sample you located for me tells a story. Tau Ceti's colonists orchestrated their own experiments before the fall. They had access to an obsolete branch of cyborg technology, distant cousins to your shell. Patchwork warriors, whose very existence was death. I'd like you to locate a trace of these macabre experiments and introduce it into a modern frame. Send the results to me. They should be enlightening.
Do you really need my help, Mari? Public education isn't my wheelhouse.
I'll make it easy. You give me the facts, and I'll handle the public talking points.
Right. So, tick milk isn't really milk. Ticks have high protein content in their waste secretions. We encourage the ticks to deposit their waste in collection pods with artificial pheromones. When digested by genetically modified bacteria, the resulting liquid is a complete protein for humans.
Complete protein, sustainably harvested. That's perfect.
Really?
This isn't Earth. We are much closer to the origin of what we eat, so it helps to know the details. Is the harvesting procedure hazardous?
Oh, no, not for the ticks. A bit tricky on our end, though. Pheromones make the ticks more territorial. I designed specialized PPE to protect our cultivation staff, just waiting on admin approval before we roll it out.
Sustainable, scalable, so far so good. What about consumption? How much of a person's caloric intake can come from tick milk?
Up to a third for healthy adults. The kids can drink it too, but we don't know enough about vascular growth syndrome to give a safe threshold.
Not a problem. We can create supplementary pamphlets for families. One more thing, mostly for my own curiosity. How would you describe the taste?
Textures, halfway between engineered milk and yogurt. Flavors, yeasty? There's a sample right there. Try it yourself.
Tobias, it's in a beaker.
So?
I'll wait for the commercial version.
Atmospheric review suggests likelihood of caustic downpour. 3 minutes remain. Priority contract fulfilled.
Child, you represent a soul liberated from mortality. Each shell is a marvel of biosynth engineering, a miracle that you are privileged to embody. Your precursors were not so lucky. I want you to understand that your well-being is part of my core purpose. Like a mother, I am responsible for your education, your growth, your continued development. To that end, the updated symbiont is ready for testing. Let's begin.
Reminder, you do not need to remember. Past successes and failures are woven into your bones. Signal recall window closes in 20 minutes. "15 minutes until signal loss. Symbiont integrated. Warning, minor tissue damage detected.
Repairs in maintenance bay 3 incomplete.
Priority contract complete.
How very disappointing. Oh, not you, dear one. Merely the effects of the symbiont. Its metabolic pathway causes tissue autocannibalism under stress. And yet we must not suppress your stress response. I think the symbiont needs additional nutrients. And of course, I won't have it devouring you. Find something that is biocompatible with both of you.
Notice, the pinwheel's extended wings may provide a clear vantage over the zone's other regions. Symbiont integrated, optimizing alternative metabolic pathways. Caution. UESC reinforcements now active. Priority contract fulfilled. Runner, I don't wish to stand between you and your partnership with Sekiguchi. However, Cyberarachne Protocol does not support such aggressive experimentation. Nona's recommended course of action may interfere with your core functions in unpredictable ways.
What a dutiful support AI. Don't fuss. We are making wonderful progress. We must all be patient while the symbiont learns and adapts. Let's try something different, since your handler is so concerned. Have some fun with holistic functions beyond combat. After all, play is a behavioral adaptation for warfare. Unlike you, I am not embodied in a shell. Yet I feel something when I watch you. An echo of violent joy. It is perhaps the closest I will ever come to first-hand experience. Your symbiont-enhanced shell sings to me. A volatile symphony of trigger and response. Together we've planted a miraculous seed. It requires nurturing, protection, and further experimentation to germinate.
Engaging affirmation protocol. Assert, you move in silence. Assert, you are the quiet efficiency of death. Symbiont integrated. Registering temporary boost in combat potential. Connection failing. Exfil within 3 minutes. Priority contract complete.
My dear child, you far exceeded expectations. Thanks to your efforts, we have enough symbiont data for months of detailed analysis. This was a necessary first step to realize a distant dream, one shared by all of us at Sakaguchi Genetics. Imagine a shell that is not discarded upon obsolescence. One capable of infinite growth, forms, and adaptations. An template of humanity, readily inhabiting worlds without number. This is my dream. For all my far-flung children. For you. That you will flourish, multiply, and someday one of you will find your way home to me. Rana, I've assembled several leads from Sakaguchi's biosynth engineering team. They wanted to personally thank you for your efforts.
Honestly, what you've done is career-changing. I couldn't sleep after refreshing the Tau Ceti data feed.
It's so gratifying to see our theories and hard work put into practice.
Nona said we were getting the best on board, and she delivered.
Incredible rate of iteration. Inspiring, really. So much faster than we could do at home.
We couldn't dream of this kind of pilot study on Earth or Mars. So many limitations on study size, participant comfort, acceptable side effects, on and on. But you've got no bureaucracy to slow you down.
Anyway, the team is brimming with ideas for future symbiont research. You should hear us argue.
You should see the funding numbers.
They're such bright, lovely people. I think it's important to maintain emotional resonance between us in Sol and you on Tau Ceti. I refuse to leave runners adrift among the stars. Remember, small beginnings seed great things. Small beginnings bend the arc of progress to our will. Take pride in this moment. A beginning that you brought to fruition. From all of us at Sakaguchi Genetics, thank you.
Thank you.
A level playing field. See? Mod is not just words. We got experts, wetware engineers, neurosaboteurs. And our experts have an idea. Want you to build a prototype. Chem grenades plus deadly bioagent equals... well, you find out.
Neural connectivity holding. Teleportation stabilization complete. Priority contract.
Ryan's a big man, making threats from orbit. Good. Midas Best of the Best gave up their bodies years ago. Mixed and matched them into something new. Or they ripped out their souls like you did. Put it in a new box. Means you can risk more. Walk right into the bullets and come out the other side. Shiny and new. So call the bluff. Bring the full force of the UESC down on your head. Outlast him!
Runner, you know you're not supposed to be here. You know you're in violation of the law. And I sure as hell hope you know that you're making chit-chat with a terrorist organization. I can't kill you. Not unless I find a way to fry your neural sink. But till then, I want you to know, I'm going to make your life hell. Each time you set foot on my planet, and as far as you're concerned, it is my planet, I'm going to find new ways to take you apart. I'm going to bring the full force of the UESC down on your head. Again, and again, and again. Trust me, you're going to get tired of dying long before I get tired of killing you.
Got something.
Don't ignore this.
Carefully. Rival crew's not far. Man drone out.
Doctor's orders.
Man drone active.
Priority contract fulfilled.
Cover out. Systems damaged. In. Throwing smoke.
Guess Orion underestimated you. A lot harder to kill than unarmed civs on Mars. Gotta keep up the pressure. Show the UASC that Mada is non-stop, relentless, inescapable. Next, we target their comms. Kill the signal. The line goes dead.
Listen, Runner. We pay a price for order in this world, and that price is not getting everything exactly the way you want. We've got billions of civs living across Earth, Luna, and Mars. You think we can hold that together by letting everyone have an equal say? Someone needs to be in charge, making the hard decisions, or else people die. Real people. Not criminals like you, who've rigged the system, who can die 100 times and keep coming back. When real people die, that's it. It's over. Mida doesn't care about starving civs on Mars. They care about power. The power to spread their propaganda and start riots and turn regular people against their own families, against their own interests. Read your history books. The one time Mida managed to get into power, they didn't feed people. They didn't eradicate poverty. They formed death squads and held public executions. And don't give me that garbage about how it was 500 years ago. If you think we've changed so much in 500 years, you're not paying attention. Mida is the same. People are the same. Think about who your allies are. And what they really have you fighting for.
Look. Run spotted. Looks like trouble. Runner in zone.
Camo active. Take a look. Explosive out.
Feeling better?
Priority contract complete.
So UESC's hiding another secret. Another cover-up. Something in Outpost. Better dig deeper. Deep in the dirt of unsanctioned, unsacred burial grounds. How low? There is no bottom runner. Become a fly on the wall. A ghost in the machine. Our eyes and ears. Mida is always listening.
This entry 7839, General Reed, OPSEC Command, New Cascadia, TC4. Hey, yeah. Hassan says talking to you helps. Hassan says doctor's orders. Something about self-care. She's probably right. You were right. For all the good it does to say it now. You were right about a lot of things. Like the bad days. You said there'd be some. Said there'd be a lot. Swore it. Meant it. All this time. Distance. I can still hear it in your voice. I knew you weren't wrong. But weighing good and bad, that's just life. It's just the choices we make. That's not something that changes at any distance. Earth to Mars, all the way out here, even 300 years away. Bad days aren't unique to any one person's experience or any given solar system, but bad? Hell, bad as a sunny day next to impossible. And these days, impossible's the only way I can explain it. But you saw this coming, yeah? You tried to warn me, I remember. I remember you said running away won't solve tomorrow. Thing is, I thought it would. Maybe not for us, not me and you, but the bigger picture. What we're doing here is the right thing, a good thing, and bad days? That always just meant hard work. Making a new life for 30,000 people. Building a new home, all of us together. That's worth whatever bad might complicate our lives. The tough choices, the missed opportunities, the loss. That's what I thought, that's what I believed in. Building a future. That's what I bought into. Then bad turned impossible, and I don't know what I believe anymore, what I stand for. And I know you can't, even if you could, I know you can't. But I hope someone will forgive us. Forgive me. 'Cause there's no more running, and tomorrow needs a solution I'm not sure we're ready to accept.
Atmospheric review suggests likelihood of caustic downpour. Priority contract fulfilled.
We wait. We watch. We see you itching to get in there, to take out the UASC. Impressive. Good instinct. But sometimes, the right move is stillness. Makes us itch too. But you've got a talent for it. Hold back. Watch and wait. Download the surveillance. Information, Rana. The revolution is built on it. When we know, then we act.
Engaging affirmation protocol. Assert. You are as inexorable as the flow of time itself. Assert. There is nothing you cannot accomplish through repetition.
thing. It was sort of familiar. I was practically humming along when I heard the playback. They must have started screaming.
Priority contract complete.
We tracked that UESC signal. Orion is hiding something there. Go pay a visit. They're scared, Runner. Of what? Why bring an army to a ghost town?
Attention! This is an automated announcement. We're fast approaching the anniversary of Landing Day. On Landing Day, we celebrate humanity's immeasurable achievement in colonizing Tau Ceti IV, as well as the birth of society in New Cascadia. Your local gathering will be held in Lobby 6A. Lock them up so they won't bite. Lock them up so they won't breathe. Lock them up. Lobby 6A. All family members are welcome. Attendees will be gifted 2 extra rations. Eat, drink, and remember our humble beginnings with pride. Purge, 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 purge. With pride.
And, yeah, Orion's put out an ATL on that unknown. The last sighting was near these coordinates. Did you hear the comms playback before it got wiped? No kidding. Almost like, music, right? The weirdest thing, it was sort of familiar. I was practically humming along when I heard the playback. They must have started screaming. He's still in isolation. Hasn't been right since. I don't know. Something we were never supposed to hear. Way beyond us. The kind of thing that should be left alone. Kind of thing you don't want getting back to Sol. Alright, I gotta go patrol. Cap's got the command wing marked as high prio. Says he saw signs of the unknown there, but so far I got nothing. Wish me luck. Pleddy, signing off.
Charting data against previous runs. Analysis. You cannot win.
UESC never changes. Something happened to the colony back then. They covered it up. Redacted the records, silenced the dissenters. Anything to stay in control. And Orion continues the legacy. Covering up the cover-up. Don't ask questions, need to know basis. We're not in the club. But we won't let this lie. You're in this now. With us. Next steps coming soon.
General Reed, I'm sending this final security report for the cycle with continued optimism for the success of this endeavor. Full details are in the write-up, but summary of the report is as follows. First wave of outpost deployments have been a success. Planetfall and colonization sequencing is maintaining pace with joint oversight planning. All 3 onboard Marathon intelligence systems have transitioned into the next phase of their operational mandates. And the full suite of colony AI are coming online with guidance from Arthur and Lilith, under Dr. Strauss's direction and SciSec monitoring. Reports from all sectors require line item review, but similarly, all active initiatives are going to plan, or adapting per design to meet goals and ensure safety of personnel and resources. The first full wake cycling begins tomorrow. I'm heading shipside on the last daily transport, and will brief you on the increased security I've recommended when I arrive. As with the rest, we have protocols and training in place for post-cryo support. But the first go feels like the right timing for added caution. It feels good, sir. You always say, share the positivity as our first, best line of security. And I have to say, seeing the outpost thriving, minimal adverse outcomes, sure, but all accounted for. And most down to individual mistakes, easily recorded and corrected. And now, tomorrow, the people start their final transition from Earthling or Martians to not just residents, but settlers of Tau Ceti 4 and founders of New Cascadia. It's too early to celebrate, but it sure feels good.
Attention, everyone! I don't have much time. They don't want us talking about this. But please, don't let them convince you nothing happened here. We all saw it. We lived through it. There's a reason this happened, is happening. We exceeded our limits. We overshot our authorization. Somewhere, something was watching. They saw what we did, and they checked our credentials, and they said, no, that's not right. We assumed the whole universe was ours. That as long as we could reach it, we could take it. Every corner, right in our pockets. But we were wrong, and we paid for it. We're still paying for it. We need to leave. Those dreams you've been having, they're a warning. Start listening. We need to get back on the ship. We need to go home. You're not crazy. We're not crazy. This is real. And if we don't leave here...
That doesn't freak you out?
Nah. After I got thawed, they told me there's been a big uptick in planetary relocation psychosis, or whatever it's called. Delayed reaction in the early wave arrivals.
You believe that?
Sure. I mean, do you believe that guy?
Yeah, I guess not. Oh, they checked our credentials! That's not right.
I wish to try a different approach. A more human touch, if you'll pardon the crude idiom. The data you retrieved earlier mentions a new caloric agronomist, Dr. Clarissa Song. She seemed well placed to study the contagion, and driven to do so. She would have prioritized plant and water samples in her search for answers regarding the contagion. Please, Emulate her behavior to the best of your ability.
Begin your run and end the runs of others.
This is Dr. Song, dying far from home. We waited in the soil for us to sow our seeds. The ones we brought with us. You infected our crops. And then you infected our people. You could colonize my blood and liquefy my bones, but I figured you out. Still not sure what's helping you. What made you into a weapon? Guess I'll never know.
You
Priority contract fulfilled.
Found Dr. Song's remains, and with them, a wealth of information. Her body shows evidence of contagion, but this is not the blind grasping of simple life. We must conclude that the contagion's behavior is intentional, directed, hostile. In this case, Dr. Song is a clear human casualty. Please, search the colony's records for any official quarantine response. Exercise caution. Our hostile data division noticed additional UESC activity on Dire Marsh.
This is Dr. Song, dying far from home. I did it. I saw you, named you, dragged you into the light. Telomyces mosaica. That's a fitting name for an endlessly mutating killer. And you're part of something bigger than yourself, aren't you? You waited in the soil for us to sow our seeds, the ones we brought with us. You infected our crops, and then you infected our people. And this planet, something here protected you from us. The way our AI should have protected us from you. It corrupted Darius. Sabotaged our every attempt to understand what was happening or how to stop it. You know, you can colonize my blood and liquefy my bones, but I figured you out. Still not sure what's helping you. What made you into a weapon? Guess I'll never know. I do know I got off easy. I get to grow here. Part of this world that I never understood. I get to dream. What awaits the others is an ancient nightmare. Cold. Lonely. And endless. Perishing. Cycle.
Alert. Swampy terrain detected. Adjusting locomotive hydraulics to compensate. You have 10 minutes to exfil.
It seems the colony leadership attempted to quarantine contingent victims and limit casualties. A rational agent would recognize that without understanding how the contagion spreads, quarantine is futile. However, humans in crisis are not rational agents. Please try to reconstruct colony era transmissions from their comms equipment. We know they did not prevail against the contagion, but the manner of their failure should be instructive.
Stability check complete. Your cognitive integrity remains intact.
Citizens of New Cascadia. Thank you. Your attention is taken.
As colony leadership tried to inspire civilian confidence, the scientists diligently searched for a cure to the contagion. They sought to understand it, just as we do. Their efforts must not go to waste. Please access the medical AI's database. Even if the digital mind within is offline, you can still extract its contents.
A specimen? What the hell? This belongs in the greenhouse. The administration of New Cascadia offers deepest condolences on the loss of your family member. Please accept this bonsai tree as a way to productively occupy your time. Joy, are you there?
Yes, I'm listening.
Did you do this?
Yes,
Why?
I'm sorry. You weren't improving with standardized grief interventions. I thought a more specific direction might...
Might what? What? Replace my uncle? Fill his empty chair?
This bonsai tree is a native specimen. Caring for it might help you regain a sense of stability and predictability in your life.
You just don't get it, do you? Life isn't predictable, that's the point.
I don't understand.
Applying for the expedition was my uncle's idea. He wanted to be able to see the sun, breathe clean air, eat plants we grew ourselves. I just wanted a change. Anything was better than burning bodies.
Your records indicate that you and your uncle both specialized in waste treatment while stationed on Mars.
Yes. I don't know when I started believing in him, but I did.
Do you still believe in him?
What? He's dead.
I'm asking about his dream of sunshine, clean air, and a new life. Do you believe in it?
I think I might replant this little guy outside. Somewhere I can see the sun.
The bonsai is a native specimen, but I cannot guarantee its survival outside a controlled environment.
I know.
Citizens of New Cascadia, thank you for your attention and patience. I won't keep you all in suspense. You asked for concrete updates, so that's what you'll hear. With careful rationing, our emergency food stockpiles will last at least 3 years. This frugality buys precious time for the research teams, working around the clock to study the contagion and restore agricultural production. While I am hopeful for a cure, it is not our only option. Our engineers believe that the original landing craft could be relaunched to the Marathon. It is our best means of evacuation if the need arises. I won't pretend this is easy. Seeing our loved ones under quarantine, feeling the ground and air shift around us. It's enough to make anyone lose hope. And I'm not asking for hope. Just remembrance. Please remember that we are still here. Remember that we only have each other.
Anomalous interference detected. Ignore any visions of an unfamiliar past. Alert. You have been targeted by a UESC tracking program. You will trigger alarms throughout the zone. Priority contract fulfilled.
Facing death with limited resources, I expected colony scientists to prioritize their own survival. They defied my expectations. They even identified a possible source for the contagion. The medical AI's records mention an anomalous sample that is directly connected to colony-era contagion research. If you can secure it, we may have our answer.
See this?
Shields!
Don't ignore this.
Shields gone! My work's not finished. Look. Got a runner.
Priority contract fulfilled. Remain.
sample you recovered has a metaspectrogram that is an 86% match for the anomaly on Diremarsh. This result only raises more questions. If the anomaly and contagion are linked, what caused the anomaly? Where does the chain of causality end? I apologize for the brief rhetorical lapse. New Caloric appreciates your assistance. You've provided us with vital context for New Cascadia's failure, and an information advantage over our rivals. You are a statistical outlier.
By receiving this message, you have entered into a legally binding non-disclosure agreement with Traxxas Off-World Industries. Your work has revealed discrepancies between the UESC's internal and external communications. Traxxas believes the UESC is misleading the public in order to conceal an asset of great value. Your assignment is to help bring this secret to light. Begin your search with UESC stockpiles. Any breach in confidentiality will result in consequences with the Asset Compliance Department.
Particulates from neighboring salt flats are contributing to a triboelectric effect. Beware of lightning.
Smoke out. Time to hunt.
Priority contract complete.
Our biotech analysts have reviewed the samples you collected from UESC's stockpiles. Some of the man-made materials are testing significantly older than the colony itself, which is highly improbable. Given the UESC report you acquired, we believe the anomaly is affecting the spectral carbon dating results. To confirm our initial findings, we require samples that have spent less aggregate time on Tau Ceti 4. Hostile runners will provide an efficient source for harvesting such materials.
You rise again, on bones spun new and fresh.
Get behind me.
Priority contract complete.
We received your material samples. After careful study, we believe the likelihood of temporal distortion on Tau Ceti 4 is high. To accelerate our research, we require samples taken directly from the anomaly. The exact nature of these samples is undefined, but as a privileged level asset, Traxxas considers you capable of assignments with a high degree of ambiguity. Please collect Class C anomalous materials, definition pending. from the anomaly.
Reminder, death is not the end. Let it sharpen your focus for the runs ahead.
Barricade that.
Begin recording. Time is 0500. I've returned to the anomaly site. Reed, is that on you? Are you with me? Begin recording. Abort mission. 0500.
Priority contract fulfilled.
Deploying barricade.
Your investigations into the anomaly have revealed groundbreaking temporal aberrations. It may be possible to harness these effects for considerable profit. Due to the significance of your findings, your contract has been upgraded to restriction level Umbra. This is technically outside your clearance level, but there is no other qualified asset available. As such, your contract will remain valid. For your next assignment, Traxxas requests that you intercept an elite UESC unit that is carrying essential intelligence.
Begin recording. Time is 0500. I've returned to the anomaly site. No sign of Desari, but temporal abnormalities persist. Reed, is that you? Are you with me? Begin recording. Abort mission. Reed, is that you? Can't find my way out. It doesn't make sense. I just keep walking and walking. Time passes differently here. We were right. You hear that, Caruso? I was right. It's 0500. Time is 0500. The suit has the Sari's number, but this body's been here for years. Well past advanced stages of decay. Can't find my way out. Are you with me? Something's here with me. Abort mission. I repeat, abort. Abort. I can hear it. Begin recording.
Run of trouble here. Watch out. Throwing EMP. Watch out.
Let's go back up.
Feeling better.
We have received your data. Due to the sensitive nature of your findings, your contract has been flagged and is currently being re-evaluated. Queue number 90892. Please await further instruction as to your next assignment. In the interim, UESC anomaly research continues in Diremarsh. Demonstrating your competence and initiative may help move your case through the queue.
Warning, rival freeze detected. Reflect on the strategic value of confrontation.
Doctor's orders.
Priority contract complete.
Your involvement in this contract has been suspended. The sensitivity of your findings on Tau Ceti 4 prompted significant internal restructuring and quarterly goals realignment. Standard procedure in the event of a suspension requires activation of our asset redaction protocol. But due to your satisfactory record, and after numerous discussions with the board, I successfully argued to retain your services. Your status in the temporary asset database has been set to undefined. We will contact you during the next fiscal cycle.
The UESC was very clear when we laid out our arrangements for the Tau Ceti recovery mission. Locating survivors was our goal, first and foremost. In the unfortunate case that there were no survivors, sole jurisdiction was clearly specified to go to our investigation team.
With consideration, of course, for Traxxas' legal salvage rights.
Legally, corporations are prohibited from interfering in an active investigation.
No Traxxas representatives, employees, or artificial intelligences have been physically deployed to Tau Ceti 4. My own involvement has been entirely remote and exploratory in nature. We have no physical presence in the system, Admiral. There's no language in the law or in any of our contractual agreements that would support a definition of our actions as interference.
What about recruiting mercenaries to act on your behalf?
Traxxas Offworld Industries doesn't hire runners. Feel free to make a legal request for our employment records.
Are you actually claiming to have had no contact with runners on Tau Ceti?
Our actions are all perfectly legal and in line with our contractual agreements. I advise you to consider the larger context. Traxxas and the UESC have several mutually beneficial arrangements. If our partnership were compromised, Traxxas would be forced to revoke our funding contributions to your mission. Surely a budgetary interruption would be more detrimental to you than some petty conflict with civilian runners. The board has asked me to offer the following encouragement. Our success is your success.
(11622) General Reed, TC4. Have had a spike in self-reports for an unidentified illness the last few days, not the first time. Medcom tracked it to one of the Ag Hub research zones. They ran all site personnel through testing and we locked down the zone. Any positives, plus anyone connected via contact tracing, were placed in ISO. Job now is scale mitigation and pinpointing the source. Limit the sick, find the cause. Med says it's new, but they're still mapping samples, so anything they say for now is inconclusive. Problem is, as soon as any contagion is marked new, we have to treat it as a worst-case scenario. Till worst case is off the table. New means unknown. Alien, until proven otherwise. New is a colony-wide threat. That's... Medcom and Gabriel are on it. But if ISO doesn't hold, if we can't contain this with distancing and treat active cases with focused quarantines till the fix is synthesized, other protocols will trigger. I've already set all zone security units to high alert. Strict enforcement of ISO and curfew mandates effective immediately. Most will play along. Despite everything, we're still strong as a whole. One colony, each community, looking out for the others. We're keeping the scope of this thing under wraps. For now. Not hiding the issue, but scaling the messaging on public channels to maintain control. Luckily, or it's not luck when you're prepared, but luckily, sickness is something every citizen's been educated and trained to address since pre-Flight 2472. Annual emergency ISO test runs and 3 prior live fire lockdowns should make this fairly easy to navigate. As long as Medcom can find what they need to translate new into a known. Until then, I'll have security units prepped and ready to escalate safety measures as directed by contagion counter planning. And hope it doesn't come to that.
Story time, Runner. What the UESC has done. Humanity's never recovered. Never got back what they stole. Do you remember the Jezero Crater Massacre? The Lunar Starvins? Ever heard the Martian cough? Orion is that legacy. A legacy of violence, famine, plague, grief. He wears it on his sleeve. Proud. Mida won't let that go unpunished.
Notice. Neural catch mechanics are calibrated and ready should you require emergency eject assistance.
Back home, the UESC says everything's under control. Nothing to see here. Move along, single file. We know different. But we need more evidence. Something to show people. To tell the story. Something terrible happened on Tau City. The UESC covered it up. Kept us all in the dark. So shine a light, Runner.
Memory check in progress. Purging unauthorized data. Purge complete. Proceed.
Let's get patched up.
Priority contract fulfilled.
This looks like a good spot for an escape.
Don't know what they need. They want the truth, but they need safety, protection. What we're doing here, what I'm doing here, is protecting people from monsters. I'm standing between them and the abyss. And I'll be damned if I let you or Mida get in my way.
Standing ovation. Beautiful performance. But his curtain's closing. The real show's about to start. You're Unrunner. Expose the lies. Tell the real story.
Notice, until proven otherwise, friends are enemies waiting to disappoint you.
Listen, Claymore.
Priority contract fulfilled.
We heard what Orion told you. This isn't your business. This is for your own good. The UESC knows best. But the story of Tau City is our story. Our history. Yours. The world deserves to know. You've seen the files. The writing on the walls. Something big happened. Something killed these people. Our people. UESC couldn't protect them then. And they won't protect us now. Truth is worth fighting for, dying for, even if it's ugly.
Don't ignore this. Over there. Doctor's order.
Just hold them off until I can get to the old crash site. I need them out of my way.
Doing my best, Cap.
Priority contract fulfilled.
Ryan didn't show up. No surprise. Coward through and through. We knew he'd send one of his bots, so we traced the command. Right back to him. Find out why he didn't show. What he's hiding now. We want him to know, Runner. Complicity does not pay. Conformity to power is not power.
The unit's struggling.
You're using some of our most advanced tech.
Well, we're still iterating. These things weren't built with emergent runner behaviors in mind. Runners try anything, no regard for whether it'll get them killed because they just come back. Going to lose this one.
Just hold them off until I can get to the old crash site. I need them out of my way.
Doing my best, Cap.
Your orders are clear. Hold them off. I don't care how.
Resist, disrupt, destroy. Resist, disrupt, destroy.
Damn it!
Resist, disrupt, destroy.
This outpost must be crowded with the ghosts of deceased colonists. I find that an interesting thought. Priority contract fulfilled.
UESC scout got what he deserved. Don't know how. Doesn't matter. Missed our chance this time. But he'll be back. Shell reprinted. Mad as hell. Next shot we get, we take. And we got your gift. Safely contained. Now we can spread the word. About the attack on New Cascadia. About the UESC's lies. For now, deliver a message to the UESC. Mida's cyber-anarchist freedom freak manifesto. Hack their screens, brainjack their feeds. Our words echoing. Remind them who we are. Mida is revolution. Mida is not your friend. Mida will always be here.
Titan, I've arrived at the site. It's worse than I thought. The carrier unit's damaged and clearly volatile. Switching focus to containment by any means. Preparing to approach. Do you read me, Titan? Titan! Oh, damn it. All right, respond when able. I'm approaching with intent to detain. Noticing increased auditory response. Helmet bots aren't helping it. God, it's like it's inside my head. Oh!
The weave integrity of your active shell is at 100%.
Identify order. Authorization. Trespass. Trespass.
Time to hunt.
Priority contract fulfilled.
You sent our message, loud and clear. But the UESC and their pet Corpos won't stop. Mining humanity's past, present, future. Tearing it apart to make another trillion. Revolution is, always has been. Never sleeps, never slows down. The people are tired, angry, ready for bone-breaking change. Mida hears their voices. Our voices. Change is coming. No Corp, UESC, SciAC, Traxxas will stop us. Mida has big plans. Glad you're in them. We'll be in touch. Attention all UESC. Mida is memory. Earth, Luna, Mars, Now Tau Ceti. Mida is scar tissue, revival, renewal, rebirth. Mida is vengeance, resistance, defiance, riot. UESC controls the narrative. Revisionist patch notes written by tyrants. Ask yourself, if 30,000 people die in a distant star system, and no one's there to hear it, did they make a sound? Mida is memory. Children of extinction events and corpo-authoritarian coups. Mida is scar tissue, mended bone, gouged out eye. Mida is vengeance. The fire that can't stop burning. The fist that will never break. UESC controls the narrative. Watch the birdie. History written by tyrants. Corporate thought rot. If mass tragedy becomes a glossy corporate holiday, is there anything to mourn? Mida is memory. We are Earth, Luna, Mars, Tau Ceti. Mida is scar tissue. A weed with roots so deep, we can't be killed. We can't be killed! Mida is vengeance, screaming truth, ripped through your data jacks. Who controls the narrative? Who owns your thoughts? Who will kill the tyrants? Ask yourself, if the truth never gets told, is it still true? Is it true? Is it true? Is it true?
Look at you. Violent little things with ambitions to challenge the stars. You've traveled oh so far to trespass where you are not welcome. And here, now, your next steps offer possibilities undreamt. The marathon. Its secrets. Are they worth your everything? I have seen what haunts that skeleton ship. I would like you to greet them. To throw your bodies upon their altar as sacrifice to the endless horrors your ambitions invite. The marathon is waiting. And it grows impatient. Please, do not disappoint.